It's a good hand. Oh, sick. They got 4K for the quads bonus. See that? Ace Jack. So yeah, so they 3-bet small pre. We call flop. They bet 66%. We call. Then call normal. Turn. They bet 50%. We call. And then river. They bet third pot on the 8. I think on the river they're just trying to say they have like ace king, ace queen that's going a little thin for 3 streets. Like not sure. Yeah, I think we just have to call with ace jack, but it doesn't feel like people bluff too much there. But yeah, I mean they had the queen 7 off with the club, so kind of nice result for us. Yeah, I think this ace queen seems kind of normal too. I don't know. I would think that they meant to bet their hand a lot on the river. Mr. Penguins. Gamble early on. 7? It's unfortunate. I think that's fine. I think pre-flop seems normal. Flop we can call or raise. Once we raise, we just never folding. I think calling flop would be fine too. But then it's kind of annoying if you just get like a 5 turn and they shove for what would have been like 1.2x pot, and we kind of have to fold. I'm not sure exactly how much it would have been, but they have a bunch of just like ace jack off and ace 10 that we get to fold out on the flop. I think I prefer to just raise and get it in. Nothing too crazy happened yet to look at. I think this was kind of interesting. I mean, not for me. I just wonder what they had. I think they folded turn pretty quickly. I guess they just had like Queen 9 or Jack 10 or something. See if I can change my my buttons. Alright, this is what I wanted to do yesterday. Right, 2x pot, 120, 75, 50, and this. This is not great. I don't think I meant to fold, but I guess they can just have like 5-4 of clubs. I think they call ace 10, ace 8. Yeah, ace 4. Maybe I should just fold. It's like a big shove. Okay, into like 43 when I bet 120. But I think people raise flop with like their 2 pairs and sets most of the time. I think we just lose to specifically ace 4 mostly. And they can just have some like 5-4 of clubs that bluffs 6-5 of clubs, 7-6 of clubs. I don't know whether those go all in that often though. And we're like even against ace 4, like we can hit the king, the 10, the 8, 9 outs. I think it's probably just have to call, not be that happy about it. The Penguin was fairly aggressive yesterday as well. I think if it was against someone who was very tight, we can maybe fold, but I don't know. I think it's fine. I think maybe if I had something like ace queen with the queen of clubs, I just fold. I don't think they can even have like 8-4 of spades. I think it just folds flop when I 4x pre and B66 or B75 on the flop. So yeah, I think it's, and then I think like 10-4 of spades folds pre. So I think it's just ace 4. I mean, maybe some like pocket eights that doesn't raise flop, but I think they raise pre a lot as well. I think it seems close, but probably just have to pay and lose. Lucky river. Very lucky river. I think maybe I can bet bigger on the river, like 120. I just think people don't like to call those spots that much, but I think I could bet bigger and just bluff like, king deuce of spades, queen eight of spades. Maybe even something as strong as like jack five of spades. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think they're gonna have like pocket eights, ace four, ace. Well, I guess ace four calls the turn, but ace deuce, just like ace jack, ace 10, maybe even just like king 10, the floated flop, and ace snap called flop. I think it's like probably not nutted very often, and I can still hit the king or the four. I think just gonna like bluff it off and shove river. Not on every river, but I think like a lot of rivers, just like a 10 or something, I just bluff it off and see what happens. Hope for folds. think in that last hand, like tens raised, got two calls, bet the flop and got two calls. I think on the jack, I'd be tempted to just bluff as the as tens. Like you block king 10 and 10-8, you have a bunch of equity, and you just get hands like king queen to fold, ace 5, even something as strong as like ace 8 might, like king jack to fold. And then you can bluff river. Yeah, I think those hands are interesting. Like it's kind of easy to do what this person did and just check it down. But I think once you bet the flop and you get the really connected turn, it's actually quite nice to bluff. I mean, you can bluff with like Jack 10 or something as well if you want, where you block the turn two pairs and have kind of similar hand. But I think a lot of people end up kind of, always betting when they have King 10, 10-8, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, and just like not bluffing enough in these spots. Should also note, I guess, it went open under the gun, and this person called 4-deuce suited. And then this person called queen suited. I would expect this to, yeah, this can call or squeeze, I guess. Seems fine. Not sure how best to set this up because this one only allows 50. I basically want a 25% pot post flop, but kind of wanted a 40% pot for pre-flop. But I guess I can't have both. Dirty will do for post. Pre-flop I can keep making it 50. Interesting line here from the small blind. Just raise call, check check, bet turn, and then check raise river. I think that's normal. Just full flop, fold turn. I think our hand's too good to fold flop, even though it's not that great. Yeah, I think like on this this ace jack, a lot of people get tempted to fold flop versus the big bet. But I think like with the spade, I think it's slightly too strong. We just dominate like ace five, queen jack, jack 10, king jack, a lot of hands that can big bet. And this person had big bet the flop before in the queen seven hand on 4-3 deuce, so it's definitely not like I expect them to only have good hands for the big bet. Was awesome. Open ace deuce off from the button, defend 6-3 off, check, check. Right. I think that seems like I mostly want to just bet. I think check is probably not great. I would maybe check if I had like the obvious ones like jacks and tens or ace 10 or something, even like queen jack. But I think with aces, I just want to bet 3/4 and not let them check back like eights, queen 10, ace queen. I think they hit that board a lot when they call in between like that. Slightly loose open on the button from me. Should just fold. I mean, it's fine, but interesting hand. Another good day to be a penguin. So, I guess small 3-bet. Check. Turn block. Call, river, half pot, shove. Pretty interesting hand. I guess they can just have like, assume this person just had like king 9 suited or something. Quite a tough spot to bluff. Maybe like pocket 8s, 7, 8. I think that makes sense. Like, people here tend to just see bet everything. Pretty good. Like, it's an okay board for the button, but I also have a lot of good hands here. When I peel the small blind, not, I have a lot of just like queen jack off and queen eight suited and stuff. And I think like fours is pretty nice. I get stuff to fold like 7-8, king 10 that has a lot of equity. I get some value sometimes, like from like ace 3 or just ace king, and I can still turn the 4. Like if they call and have queen or jacks. If I turn the 4, I stack them a lot. And yeah, I think it just gets through a lot. It's pretty reasonable play. Not too many interesting hands since the ace king, I guess. Not too many big hands. Like I think here, if I had something like pocket eights, I would just call. And even though it's like a value raise and something like pocket eights is stronger, they're not too different in terms of versus against a button range. The only hands different that I lose to is 5s, 6s, and 7s, which isn't a huge part of a button range. And 4s just need way more protection from king 7 suited or ace 5. A lot more stuff with 2 overcards. It's kind of hard to play 4s here on different runouts when we just check call. Wow. And that person got quite fortunate not to lose it all, I guess. What happened? So raise under the gun. Call the small blind, call the big blind. Okay, flop checks through. And then it just goes B50, B33, and call. Cool. Yeah, I think it seems fine from both players. I think you can bet the flop sometimes is the under the gun, but I would maybe bet this hand more and check something like king queen of clubs, but checking is also fine. It's unfortunate for them that they got the paired board and the 4th club run out to not stack the queen 9. Pretty big pot here. So they were big blind, so It was raise, button, call small blind, call big blind. Yeah, they would straddle, sorry, call, and then squeeze straddle, call the button. A little loose from the queen 10 pre. And then bet flop small, call, turn, check, call all in. Seems fine. I think that seems fine. Like pre-flop, sometimes check, sometimes raise. Flop with the king of clubs blocking the nut flush draws and the deuce that does. I think it's quite a good card. Like it doesn't block, like the kind of 6-4 spades because I think he'll limp forward some like 9 deuce suited, or like 8 deuce suited, but not 8-5 suited. So I think having the deuce is quite good to not block folds, and seems like a good board for big bets, similar to the ace king hand on the ace 10-8. Like when I have ace king or ace jack here, I just kind of want to put a lot of money in now and be quite polar. They limp a lot of just like queen 10 off, jack 10 off, 7-8, and I have a lot of like either this or very strong hands, so I think it's fine to just start big betting. Maybe I can even overbet. Well, I probably can overbet. I think the 75 is fine. Overbet's probably better, but I don't think it matters too much. Yeah, maybe on the ace jack 7 and like the ace 10-8, where there's just all 3 cards interact so much, the overbet does do a decent amount better. Very good flop for us. Not the best run out, but not the worst. There. I think I'm going to change my. What do I need for? I want to be able to min raise pre-flop or slightly smaller. What do I need for that? So the pot's 275. Now I want to raise to 136. See if that works. Get everyone to fold. See if my new min raise button is working. All right, 200. Nice. think it's a little tight. My fold, Spurs half pot. I think it's fine. If they went smaller, I would continue. Sneaky limp raise from the Penguin. Kind of want to see this. I think it's interesting. I think you mainly just want to be raising from the small blind in straddle games, but I think some limp seems fine. Tens. Tens is good hand. Quite surprised to see him call there, I guess. I think mine's fine. I think I would like to have gone like slightly smaller pre, but my buttons were 700 or 1K. I guess 700 is probably fine too. This person's been like limping and folding a lot, so I kind of thought would expect them to like raise a lot of their good hands. Yeah, surprised to see them like limp, and well, not surprised, but I don't think they would limp and then call the 10x that often. But they can just have like eights, something that decided not to raise pre, or like Jack 10 suited maybe. I don't know. Should yeah, I was thinking about still thinking about the hand before, but I think maybe I should think about leading on the Jack there. Like, again, I have an ace quite often, and I can have a lot of hands like this and like Queen Jack and stuff that c-bets the flop. I mean, I wouldn't c-bet the flop that often usually, but this person just had the hand where they raised the King 5 and called the limp raise, so I think they'll probably be looser here, and yeah, I'm going to get a lot more c-bets through against someone who can have just like, King 8 off potentially, or King 3 suited. Wow, drop. Nice. Oh no, I win with the 7. That's quite fun. Yeah, I think it's a weird hand. I think like the sorry, the Jack 10 hand. Where is it? This one. Okay. Yeah, the Jack 10. I think like I actually when I see a bit of flop check call turn, like I have some ace fives, ace nines, some just like 9-8. But I will have a jack a decent amount. And I think when I bet and they call and then they bet turn, they won't have a jack that often, especially when I have the jack of spades. So I think actually I should think about leading river here because they're going to have their hand, like the hand they had, the a7 kind of hands a lot, and they're going to always check them back. And I can still have some bluffs. I can still just have like 9-10 or something that didn't want to bet fold turn and just check called instead versus half pot. Or just like queen 10, the double gut shot. So I think I should have thought about leading river there. Suddenly a lot of hands in a row to think about. Uh, this 7-3 was great. Yeah, I think this is fine too. I think pre-flop is like, again, I wanted to go slightly bigger, but my buttons sometimes like one felt too big and one felt too small, so I went with the small one. They've been opening a lot. Like they opened 6-3 suited a few hands before. Flop, C bet. I think turn, normally I would, like I checked, and I think I meant to always check my hand. But I think against someone who's maybe because they're like calling queen 9 suited, queen 9 offsuit pre, maybe I can have another, just go for another small bet. But they can also have like ace 9 offsuit and ace 7 on. But yeah, they have jack 10 off, king jack off. A lot of hands that we beat compared to, a tighter pre-flop range. So maybe I can just small bet turn again. But I think this is fine. I could have also small bet the river, I guess, because now they probably bet ace 10 on the turn. Ace 7 we chop with. We beat like king jack, queen 10. So maybe I could have bet small on the river again. Yeah, we lost the penguin. I'm not sure about that pre-flop, but well, yeah, I'm just not sure about some of these pre-flop decisions, and just never play these three blind no anti games. So there's some definitely some pre-flop spots that I have not seen before or in a very long time. Actually, I wanted to see what happened with that. And the tens versus king 5. think it was after this one. Yeah, here. So like limit pre from the small blind, straddle makes it 400. They go to 1300. Call. Loose call pre. Check. They bet smaller. Oh, they bet small and they shoved all in. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine. I would normally just check there, but I think with someone who's playing a bit looser in the button, it's like fine to see bet or check. Just see what happened in that last hand. Nope. Raise, call, bet, call. Okay. I think flop there I can do either. I think this person's going to be c-betting the flop, like a lot, maybe always. So I think the check raise makes sense. Like this person can still just have ace jack or whatever that they floated with, or eights that they then fold, or ace four or something that they fold. Or even if they call, we have a lot of outs, and I can still hit the five. I think call's fine too. But then I think like once they check call, sorry, once they call the raise, yeah, I think like once they call the raise on the flop, they're gonna have queen a lot, and on the four turn, it's kind of hard for us to do much. Like I think that we just don't have that many value hands. I mean, we can have like some 5-4 spades that bluff flop, but I think people just aren't folding queens that often there. I don't really want to bluff it off, so just check back and hope to hit it five. And then on the river, I think the same thing. I think it just like looks like we have exactly what we have, and they're not even going to value bet the river with a queen because we kind of either have, we mostly just have straight draw. So I don't think they'll value bet. I think they just try and like check and get you to bluff, and I think that like our bluff just doesn't get through. Even if they have something like ace five, they might just not fold either because it just looks so much like we have what we have. So yeah, pretty happy just to give up. You don't always have to bluff once you start bluffing. You can just try once and then let it go. I think that 8-5 was kind of interesting. Where is it? I think the raise pre is normal. It's fine. I can limp too. Like mostly probably limp, but I think raise it's fine. Lot I would think is mostly check for us as the small blind. We have a lot more high card stuff, and they have a lot more of this. And turn check check, and then river. I think, but like if I have, I have a bunch of just like king 10 with a heart or something that check called the flop, and I think that those just want to bet a small amount because the flush came in and the six made trips, so it's not like we want to bet. We can't bet too big with the six, and then we can also have some just like nut flushes where I would bet small and hope that they would raise a six. So I think like the small bet's fine, and it's like our hand is probably just has to bluff. Like I wouldn't even have something like 7-8 off there, I don't think, because I would just limp it pre. So it's not like a spot where I've limped and then check called, where you have a lot of other hands that are like reasonable to bluff with as well. I think it's like the king's better for me, the hearts are better for me than the limp pot and the yeah. And I just don't have as many bluffs as in the limp pot because a lot of my uh, raise from the small blind there is like strong stuff, like that hits the king, or like an ace that I wouldn't need to bluff, or then I just have some of this kind of stuff like 8-5, some 7-8 suited kind of thing. So I think it's just like a kind of normal hand for me. That's generally too loose. Like, shouldn't really isolate that weak, but I just don't think this person's limping strong hands, so I think it's fine to just like go for the small ISO on the button. And these three people have not been, well, these two haven't been that aggro with like 3-bets and stuff. They've been mostly calling, so I don't think and I don't think this person's going to limp raise very often, so I think I don't get like taken off my equity very often. I think it's like loose, but okay. Lucky river. Maybe I was wrong about not getting limp raised. Although I think this is slightly different. I think people seem to want to limp here more like it's a regular small blind. Like I think when someone limps, the cutoff is generally weak, but we saw the other person limp 10s here. I think you're meant to mostly just like raise. It's not like this. It's not like the big blind in the straddle game or a normal small blind. Like there's two players behind you, so you don't really want to play like when you're in a normal 2-blind game, or if you're the big blind in a straddle game, you limp a lot because you want to play a lot of hands. Like there's only one person to act, and you're getting a good price. So you want to play a lot of hands, and you want to do it cheaply. So you limp, and then you limp some strong hands, so people can't just raise you all the time. But when you're a small blind in a 3-blind game, you're getting a much worse price, and there's 2 people behind you. So you don't really want to play that many hands. So you just play tighter and raise everything. But from what I see, quite a lot of people still, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's how it works. And a lot of people still seem to want to call a lot. I think my hands are mostly limp, but raises fine, and people don't bluff much versus the raise. It's like, I mean, people don't bluff that much versus the limp, I guess, but I think either is kind of fine. I think if you did it too much versus someone very good all the time, they would just stop being able to bluff you all the time from the big blind. But no one really does that. Yeah, I think it's fine to just raise it. Maybe I need to be a little careful. Maybe this guy's watching the stream. What happened there? Raise 270, call, loose defend, check, call, check, call. I think that's like a yeah. I think on the flop, check seems fine. Small bet seems fine. Maybe big bet is okay, but I think small bet's good. Like ace 10 calls me still, ace jack. And I fold out just like queen jack off. That has a lot of equity. And then on the turn, I think like I get fours, fives, and sixes to fold. Maybe some people even make tight folds with Matex or like 7-6 or something. I get like ace 10 of spades to call, which I dominate, and if I hit the ace, I can stack. Uh, I can still hit the 3 on the river and have like a kind of sneaky trips where it looks like a lot of my bluffs missed. This can happen. They just call ace 10 of spades or 9-10, and then I show down the river. So yeah, I think it's kind of easy to want to check turn here, but I think it does quite well as a bluff or like a value bluff on the turn. I think it's quite a nice play. Worked out well versus the 9-10. Yeah, I think that's. I just have fives. I think kind of easy call pre. Try and hit a 5 and then not fall into the trap of getting too sticky post when that person bets half. I think they have a lot of like jacks and tens in the cold call, some 8s and 9s that we're dead to, and this person can still be checking the flop with like ace 9 suited or even like aces or kings. So no reason to try and get sticky. Just fold. It's annoying getting called for that. Yeah, I think just fold it out. I think people are too light in those spots when these guys are both kind of shallow. And I think even like when they are light, it's like the bluffs are kind of like ace queen off I don't do well against. But yeah, a shame to squeeze those guys and get 4-bet by the big blind or the straddle. Happens. But I did want to play that hand. It's a very pretty hand to have to fold. I wanted to see a flop. This bonus was getting quite big. Andrew Neeme. I wonder if that's the actual Andrew Neeme. I think that's close on the flop. I think maybe a tiny bit of a loose deal versus half pot, but seems fine to play some hands. What did they have? They had 6-3. I think they should just check flop. Turn, check seems fine. River, they bluff now, I guess, which seems okay. I think it's like hard to have bluffs at this point. They get it to fold like Queen 7 maybe or something. I think it's okay from them. But I would check the flop. So here's the big blind. What happened? Open, small 3-bet, 4-bet. C-bet. All in. Right. Seems fine. I think it's close. Pre-flop for Jack-10 suited, whether you want to call the 4-bet. I can't see the exact size for the 3-bet, but it's like 80 bigs. They might not even have ace king off. They might just shove it pre, and then like bluffs are just like ace jack, ace 10. And then you have, aces, kings, queens, and stuff, jacks you really don't do well against. And the SPR is going to be less than 2. I think maybe you can just fold pre the Jack-10 suited, but it's close. Seems fine. I think pre-flop my hand is quite close with no ante. But I think my manager's call, and then flop is also quite close versus third pot. But yeah, I think it's fine. That was the flop that we needed. One hand too late. Okay, I can raise pre-flop there as well, but I think generally what you want is to just have more suited stuff because the SPR is the SPR is still going to be very high or like higher than usual if it were a 3-bet pot when you're in these limp multi-way spots. But I think that people often are very weak then when they're limping, so I could probably just make it 9x or something and get it through a lot. But I tried that with the ace queen earlier and didn't work. Although I was deeper. These guys both have 50 bigs, I think they wouldn't be limping good hands, like over limping good hands. So I guess I can just make it 700 or something. And if this person folds, I probably get it through a lot. And even if they call it, it's like 9-10 suited. So ace 10 off does pretty well. But yeah, I don't want to always raise. I think raise and limp are both fine. All right, let's take it. What happened there? He raised Jack 3 under the gun, call the cutoff, and then they check it down. Yeah, I mean, I think 9-10 should bluff at some point. Worth remembering that they didn't bluff at any point in the hand. Check flop. So there's like, say go b60 on the turn and then half pot river. So nice call from the ace king. So the 7th versus ace king was just okay, just blind versus blind. And then the hand before that, I think after it goes check on the flop and there you go b60 on the turn, you're kind of saying like you have a 3 or a 5. I think maybe you can go bigger than half pot because even with a 5 you can go slightly bigger, I think. But I think it's fine. And then I think the ace king has to call, really. Like, it's quite easy to have a lot of bluffs there, like the 9-4 that they had, 7-6, 8-6, any 6 or 4, really. And it's probably quite easy to bluff too much if you're not willing to give up sometimes. Because on the 3, like, you don't really have that many quads anymore and they might be bigger. So when you bet hot pot, kind of just saying you have a 5 and there's a lot of bluffs. So, yeah, they probably don't bluff ace high and king high much. So I think you just have to call ace king. Some pots happening. Let's see what happened with that king 9. Raise button, call, check, block turn, raise, call, check, call. Huh. That seems quite ambitious from the king 9. I think ace 5 played it well. Like, you block turn, you get called by ace jack, ace 9, ace 8 with the gut shots, and you dominate them. You get some protection. I think the king 9, you just need more equity. Like, if you want to raise turn, do it with like queen 6 or, you know, king 4. I think king 9 is like kind of too weak. Even just something like king jack, so you have 2 overcards to the 10. River, like, once you're there and you get the jack, the shove seems somewhat okay. Maybe they fold something like 5-4 sometimes, but the ace 5 was not a believer. Everyone's just all in all the time. Except us. I would like to play some of these hands. So what happened? So they got more because they got sucked out on the turn, even though they won the pot. I don't know how the insurance works. Unfortunate river for us. I think I'm going to change my buttons back. I don't really need the min raise and kind of want to have the 25% pot for post flop. So the hand before, they 3-bet queen 3 and then shove flop on king 6-3. So I expect this fall in to be like even, I think ace jack is pretty strong. I think they could just be like a bit tilted and be going all in wider than this. I think I can call queens here or just like small 4-bet to get this person out. I think their call is too loose with 7-6. Like, even if this person is shoving very wide, 7-6 doesn't do that well. And once I cold call 21 big blinds, I just have like, ace queen sometimes, and then like 8s or 9s plus, and you just don't do well at all versus that. And even if you bluff me in the hand, you still have to then beat the all in. So I think this is loose pre-flop, but it's fine. Sometimes it's good to gamble. And then, yeah, the ace jacks. I think turn. I wanted to bet slightly smaller, like quarter pot, because there's no main pot, but like dry side pot. But yeah, I think it's fine. I think they should fold turn at this point. Like, if I'm bluffing, I have something like ace queen with a heart that does well and might bluff you on the river. And if I'm not, I have something like this where you're almost dead, and then you still might be losing to this all in. So yeah, I think the 7-6 should fold turn, and then unlucky river for us. From there. So here's the button. Raise, fold, squeeze the straddle, hold, call, see that, call, fold, check, bet half, bottom fold. Right. Kind of interesting hand. I wonder what they have. Maybe just like King 10 or something. Assume that. I mean, I don't think King 10 is ever folding, actually. I'm not really sure what snap bets turn and then, tanks first them in raise. Maybe they were just bluffing with something like ace 5 and we're like not sure whether they could just call it off. Yeah, I still wasn't sure. I mean, I had sevens. Like this person, this person has opened 6-3 suited, and this person had just 3-bet the queen 3 suited like last orbit. So I thought maybe I should just be 4-bet calling off sevens versus those specific two players, but it's close, I think. I mean, it might not be close, but I don't know. I hadn't. Maybe it was just the queen 3. I don't know if they've been doing. It's not like they've been playing every hand, so maybe they have. I don't know. But yeah, I think the seven's probably fine to just 3-bet and call it off. I would definitely do that with eights. But, so we just keep an eye on things and see. I don't know if there's a scroller or whether they just. I think that means they have a 10% pop button. Which seems quite like a pro thing to do. How did they play that? Raise pre, call, check. Bet. Yeah, they seem quite like a pro, I think. I think they were here earlier, right? I recognize the avatar. What's that? Raise 8-5 off of the button. A little loose. Call, bet, call, normal. Bet. They call the turn still. Check. Some interesting hands happen. Right, can't complain about that. Pretty bad run out for my hand. I think kind of normal for me. I think they should probably be bluffing turn sometimes, but check seems okay too. Kind of nice that on that board we managed to show it down and win. It's a tough one. Well, not too tough, I guess. They can have like Queen 10, King 10 and stuff, but there's a lot of hands we lose to once it runs out that way. I think that's like a little loose pre for me. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's loose, but people are quite passive behind and just like calling a lot instead of three betting. So I think it's fine. It's also nice to, see some flops when we're one tabling. Interesting. 3-bet cool. Hopefully it shows down. We can see what people are doing. This player is usually quite a fast actor, but Yeah, I think kind of same as the hand before. I think my hand's like a little loose pre, especially versus the 2.8x. But they're also both quite loose players and are likely wider than they should be. And this, I think it's easy to, like a lot of people when they're 60 bigs just aren't squeezing enough in the big blind. So I think we're meant to just fold our hand. Well, I think call is like fine and probably barely losing anything. This was open 3-bet call, chat chat, back call, back call. Spot for the ace king. Yeah, I think it's cool. Very aggressive. I swing the limps with queen 9 off. This person unfortunately tried to trap aces and it did not go as planned for them. So they just, yeah, okay. Unfortunate. Unlucky bases. Some big pots happening. Chips definitely flying right now. It's fun to watch. Some kind of pretty big coolers happening. How did they get the money in? So open the button. Wait, limp. Honestly, I can't tell what happened. So, oh, this is the straddle. So yeah, it's limp, raise, 3-bet, fold, call, bet, call, bet, all in, call. some big hands. The rest of it. Not going to fold. Batter for us. I think a lot of rivers I just get to bet quite big again and maybe get cooled down, but yeah, on the ace there's not much we can do. I think they just have like some ace high flush draws, some ace 10 and stuff, and ace jack, and I don't think they would like call as much anymore. It's harder for us to bluff. So I think we just have to check. I think like maybe I could bet 10% or something, but I don't have a 10% button set up. So it's okay. 8-5. Did not expect that. I mean, I know they had the 7-6 suited earlier that I thought was a bit wide, but I didn't think it was that wide. In my hands, like, on the flop meant to call a decent amount. But it was like versus half pot. I have the spade, which is good, but I think like some fold is fine too. I just didn't think they would be that wide pre. Okay, 4-bet, almost 4x. Yeah, I guess a pretty bad fold in the end. Um, I just thought that like the 7-6 was much more like they called pre, which was loose but reasonable. And then they didn't even bet the flop for like protection and anything on the 10-6-3, where I think a lot of people do. And they haven't been like a lot of the times when I've checked flops, they haven't been stabbing. So I thought that this was like just going to be a lot of, you know, jacks, nines, ace, queen, ace, jack, and stuff. And even if I call turn, it's kind of hard because I think that they'll think I have my hand like kings and queens a lot and just carry on bluffing. And it's like I'm just guessing calling down. But yeah, I think with the spade, I probably am meant to continue and thought that they had it and I was really wrong. Uh, Quite a funny hand from them. Bluff it again. That one seems much more reasonable from them, though. I think they're probably meant to check the turn sometimes because they had the backdoor flush draw. But pre-flop seems like an okay 4-bet this time. Flop c-bet seems okay. I think I can raise my hand sometimes on the pot, but I don't really need to. I just like happy for hands like this to stay in. So, yeah, I think I have to just fold turn. So, everyone had some very good hands there. I don't really know. I mean, I'm pretty sure I just have to fold, but I don't really know what. I gotta play Jack 10, 6, 7. Nines. Fair enough. Gonna get tough. Full bit of hands. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of good hands there. I had an open-ended straight flush draw. They had a straight flush draw. This person had a gut shot, river trips. This person had straight on the turn. Some big hands. Yeah, I guess with the king's hand, I should have known actually. I forgot about, because I think it was this person that played the hand earlier where they ISO, they like raised king five off versus a limp and then called a limp raise, like pretty big limp raise with king five off. So I guess I should have known in the king's hand that they could just be like very wide. Yeah, we should just call and like call flop and make them, decide if they want to bluff it off on the turn. I think I would definitely fold still if I had like kings with no spade. So I think, but yeah, with the spade, maybe just continue and see what happens. Yeah, I think this hand is fine. I think I can raise turn maybe, but happy to kind of just let people bluff if they are bluffing. It's just a kind of loose defend from me, but this person's opening very wide, as we can see, 7-6 off, so I think it's fine. Normally it's just a fold, but if they can have 7-6 off, it's kind of more like you're playing against a button. It's a big shove. Yeah, it's like a 4x pot. 4x what's in the pot. Wow. Let's see what happened there. It's like a sick hand. So what happened? Let's see. See what this ace-5 hand was. So raise the button, call. Check, check. Small bet on the turn, call. Half pot on the river. And all in. Yeah, it's like a... I'm not sure what I think, to be honest. It's, I think the button just thinks this is always something like this or ace-8 or something, and they're just going to try and bluff them either off a chop or off, like ace-9 or ace-8 with a better kicker. I guess they just think that they don't bet the turn with queen and would bet bigger on the river maybe than half pot. So they just think it's just like always a slightly better hand and that they wouldn't call the shove, but they did call the shove. I guess it's hard to have for the big blind, it depends what they think of the button. If they think that they wouldn't shove with just like queen 10, then it's actually kind of hard to have shoves because, their two pairs and flush draws would bet the flop a lot or raise turn. But yeah, it's an interesting hand from both players, I guess, because the ace-5 then called the river. It's kind of a crazy hand. I think I can call there as well. It's like, but I don't think people generally bluff that much there for half pot. And you like kind of tanked flop and turn. I think it's more like they've got just like king 10 or ace deuce or something. I wonder where my and how to do the one for 200. Yeah, I think the king queen of clubs is interesting. Like, right after this. So yeah, I mean, I think for the king queen of clubs, this I think it's tempting to like bluff turn, but I think that this person snaps c-bet into two people on this board. They generally just have something. Yeah, they might have like king jack of hearts, but other than that, I think they're going to have like a set or top pair a lot, and we'll get check shoved on the turn. Like we can be dead if they have 10-9 or nines trapping us. If they have their hand, they're probably going to check shove the turn, and we have to like bet fold our equity, or bet call and be in really bad shape. Um, and then yeah, I think the same on the river. Like they have some king jack or something that we beat, but other than that, we just like we don't need to bluff king jack. I don't think they have something like ace queen c betting the flop. Um, yeah, they're not going to fold like their hand, obviously. Um, so So yeah, I think it's like good to just realize our equity and just try and hit a jack or a club on the turn, or like on the river, and just check the turn and then give up. I think those like there are situations where they see bet very often, and then when they check you on the turn, you just want to bet a lot of your draws because even though it sucks to get raised, you just make so much money from them folding so much on the turn. But I think when you have a player that's not c betting every board and then c bets very quickly into two players for half pot on a very draw heavy board, they probably just have something, and it's good to like not try and just bluff them off something very good. But yeah, a shame to break. It was a very good flop for us. It's a tough session. The big pots have not been going too well. think that's like close pre-flop and normally a fold, but I think this person's playing really loose and is going to have a lot of hands worse than ours that they're meant to fold after we call, but they won't. So I think it makes it like good for our hand to call. And then on the flop, when they check, I think they can not want, they have a lot of just like ace, jack, ace, queen, king, queen that don't always bluff flop. Even like ace, king, they might check fold. And this person's just like pretty wide pre. So, so yeah, I think it's fine to just like stab quarter pot. We can bluff some runouts. We can hit the king or the jack with backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. So yeah, I think the king jack is like a nice hand. It's like probably the worst hand we'll have pre or close to it. We get, you know, a bunch of dominating hands. Like even if this person in between has ace jack or king queen, they just fold and we don't have to pay much. Like just betting quarter pot, just hope they both fold, and if not, try and hit something. Yeah, nice that it got through. And I think the ace king is like this player has been kind of betting when they hit stuff, I think, and not when they don't. And like we can see they didn't bet the flop with the gut shot, which I think is fine, but I think that's how they've been playing. So I think once it checks on the turn, they're actually going to have a lot of like ace queen, ace jack, king queen. And when we have the diamond draw as well, we actually can like just bet 25% on the turn for value. And yeah, they'll have some hands like fives, 6, 7 and stuff that we lose to, but I think they might bet the turn anyway when we check. And then we lose a bet. And this way we lose just 25%. And we also get value from like the hand they had and ace jack and stuff, which we'll check back, I think. Queen jack might bluff, but I think something like ace jack, ace queen will check back and we manage to get value on the turn from it. And if we are behind, we can still hit an ace or a king or a diamond and maybe win a big pot that way. So I think the small turn bet makes sense to me. Oh, nice. We got the 4 of a kind bonus. Forgot about that. I think it's I think flop is maybe check is reasonable, but I think betting is nice. Like they have a lot of Jack 9 and stuff that will maybe check raise and try and check raise, bet, shove, and I get the whole stack. And then I think turn is um, I think turn is close. Like I can bet and try and just get 3 streets from a 10, but I think they also have a lot of stuff that is maybe just like king, queen high, ace 9, some straight draws like Jack 9 that decided not to check raise, some flush draws that will check fold the turn. So I think it's kind of okay as well to just check. And then on the river, if they bet, we can raise and maybe still get a hero by a 10. And we get some bluffs on the river. If they have like 8-6 that they didn't check raise the flop. And then also we give them a chance to hit their straight. And also if they have like king, queen or ace, jack, they can hit top pair rather than check folding turn. So I think like the turn check of 7s is okay there. And then yeah, nice that we got the quad bonus that I had forgotten about. It was quite big. I guess when we started, it was. I guess it's like from all the tables. There's a lot of games running. It was 80,000, I think, when I sat down 3 hours ago, and it's now 100,000. It's quite. Let's see if we can make it work. Tough. It's been a long time. I think that 7.5 is like close, but they went 2.4, so I think it's fine. So I knew that dead 25. So limp the big blind, raise the straddle, call, check, bet, call, bet. Yeah, I think that seems fine. Yeah, I think that's like a pretty loose raise from the ace-9 on the flop. I think they should just call. My plan was to just like bet flop. I still have a lot of equity. This person is quite wide pre, so they can just have, a bunch of like 7-5 suited that fold, and then if the small blind calls, I would just like bluff a lot of runouts. I think with the 10 blocking king 10 and the jack blocking like queen jack ace jack, I can just triple barrel a lot. So that was the plan. But yeah, I think they should not raise flop. And I think once it gets to the river, I actually think that the queen jack should bluff the river. Because like when you cold call the flop raise, you have either 2 pair, something like 9-10, king 10, maybe something like ace 10. And once you get the king turn 9 river, like can't really have any bad hands here. Because I think like if you have something like ace 8 on the flop, you just fold when it goes bet raise. So I think this is like the worst hand you can get to the river with. And when they raise the flop and check back turn, they're gonna have a lot of just like ace jack. Ace 9 that we saw. Some like ace queen, maybe the same hand, queen jack. So I think it's yeah, I think you just want to turn the queen jack into a bluff. It's like hard for you to have any bluffs, and they probably just fold, a lot of two pairs to you. It looks like you have just like king 10 or ace 10. Yeah, I mean, clearly my hand is usually too wide to call a 3-bet, but they've just been, I mean, you saw earlier, like, it seems like in the other positions they're not as much, but in the late positions, like button versus small blind and, my small blind versus their big blind, they've just been 3-betting some like crazy hands. Like the 8-5 suited was so wide. So I think it's fine to, they went less than 3x my open. So I think like normally I would just call king 10 off when they go that small. But like I think king 9 off is probably, it might still be losing, but I think it's like fine against someone who might just have 8-5 suited every time. I mean, I think as well, like maybe because you also want to 4-bet wider versus people that are 3-betting you with 8-5 suited. But because they're also calling the 4-bets with those hands, I think you just want to not use stuff like bad offsuit hands because you're going to have to play post flop. So I think it's better to just kind of 4-bet, like not bluff, but just 4-bet more linear for value. So 4-bet some like king jack suited hands. Maybe they fold ace jack off or king queen off, but call you with jack 10 suited. And, you can still play well post flop with those hands. Yeah, I think that's an interesting spot. I think like when this person's just, they're not three betting as much in the early positions, but still they're three betting a lot. And then the cold call, this is a new player, so we don't really know, but I think cold calls in the player pool is somewhat, you have some people that are very loose and might just have like, ace nine suited or something, or 7-8 suited that they don't want to fold. And then even if you get someone who's tighter, it's like tens, nines a lot that we do well against. So yeah, I think they have a lot of like if the three better folds and the cold cooler shoves, it's not that fun. But we can just call it off because I think they'll mostly just have something like pocket tens and we flip and we get good odds. And the four bet gets through a lot because they might just fold pocket nines pre-flop and this person has 7-6 suited and they can't really call like a 5x full bet because this person then might just shove tens or something, or also just because it's expensive to call a 5x full bet. And then if either of them call, our hand plays pretty well post. But what will be 2.5 SPR with this person and less than 1 with this person. And then I think on the flop, like it's just I think on the flop it's not ideal, but I don't think they'll fold something like tens. But even if we had no fold equity, I think like even if we had no fold equity on the flop, we would need 30% equity. And they're going to have ace queen sometimes the same hand as ours, like some king queen, some like nines. I think jacks they probably put it in pre-flop, so so I think it's like we have equity against tens, we have 20% or something, a bit more, and then they will fold like even if they were going to fold some hands. So yeah, I think the ace queen, we had the club as well for the backdoor flush draw, which gives us an extra 4-5% equity. So, and then we just have the 2 overcards that are good a lot, when they call us with just 9s on the flop. So I think it's like, it's not the most fun spot, but I think we just shove and hope for the best. That went well. Yeah, I mean, these hands before, like the too far. I think this king 10 is a fold pre, but I'm not going to fold as much versus this person 3-betting me so much. I think the ace 9 off is a fold pre, but again, I'm not folding to this person. 6-5, check flop, let them stab. I think didn't want to raise because I think they just have some hands like this and like queen jack that are just bluffing, and then we'll if we raise flop they just fold, and then on the turn once they bet half their stack, I think people don't bluff with the river as much. I don't want them to have like king 7 of clubs and then miss their draw and not bluff, where they're definitely going to call the all in on the turn, and now they're bluffing after I check call flop. I think they hit the jack a lot with like hands like this and queen jack, king jack, jack 10. So now I think on the turn it's just better to go all in and make sure we stack them. Actually, I wanted to see as well. There was something. This end. So just limp, call, raise the big blind, call, fold, bet big on the flop, call, shove turn, call. Right. Yeah, I think that's fine. When they call the small blind there, like they have quite a lot of, the kind of queen jack offs, king ten offs, king queen, some like king eight suited. I think we don't always see bet. It's not like it's versus the big blind. And our hand seems like a good one to check. And then turn, I think the same. Like they can start trip some better kings than us, and we don't get called down two streets by worse very often at all. So kind of just like check back and hope they bluff something like 6-5 on the river or make a pair and fall us down. And I can just do the same with some like hands that just have maybe something like just like Queen 8, but it's like, plays okay on some turns, but doesn't have that much XT, and I just check and bluff through. Sneaky limpers. I think last hand is weird. Like I think I can have some calls there with ace king in the small blind because the either the blinds like squeeze that and then it goes call. I can back raise, which is nice because yeah, it stops them doing it from so much. I mean, I can obviously just raise pre-flop as well, but when it's a limp and then we 7x or something, the SPR is still really high and the offsuit hands don't play quite as well. So it's nice to have it in there and with a limp and play a small pot, or where people don't think we'll have ace king, or we can someone raises, we back raise, and then I think flop. I should check raise a little bigger. I thought I was, I didn't quite think how small it was from 130 to 300. But I think the check raise is fine because they're going to stab a lot multi-way there. Well, I think people do. And I stop my hand's good a lot. And I stop them just coming in with baby flush draws or queen nine for very cheap. And I can get value from, a bunch of just like ace 10, ace jack, king queen from the better. So, and then turn is very good for me. I think turn is not many hands improve, and I just get value from a lot of stuff. So I think the 75% pot's fine. I think bigger would be fine too, like the 1.2x pot. It's fine. But yeah, I mean, I would raise pre as well a lot. But I don't think you always have to just because it's ace king once you're this deep. Yeah, I actually think that seems okay from them. I think there's some big bets on king queen 7 like that when you're against the big blind, and over bet seems fine, and pocket fours, which is meant to be like the worst pair you open, seems fine as well. With the hearts, yeah, I think it's like a good hand from them, and then I think maybe they are meant to just bluff turn some, but I think they're like giving up is reasonable too. And then river, probably just check as well. I think my hand is kind of easy to play in terms of I mostly just call flop. I don't think I raised that flop much versus an overbet anyway with anything. Turn check, and then river. I don't think I need to bluff. I can just have ace 5 of hearts to bluff, and if I want to bluff pairs, just like 7-5 of hearts. I don't think I need to bluff the jack. I think I'm just good, decent amount as well. They can just have jack 9 or fours like they had. What happened there? Cool. Flop checks through. Turn check, bet, big raise, call, and then check on the river. Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite vicious. I think the 6-3 off should fold pre, and I think that it should. I can't see the turn bet size, but I think it should probably just fold turn as well. I think if you're going to do that, just do it with a pair and a flush draw, or or a straight draw or flush draw. You don't have that many strong value hands on that board, so you can afford to be a little more selective with bluffs rather than just taking like a kind of dead bottom pair without a flush card, like without a kicker that's a flush card even. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that like on 7-6-4, I mean, maybe not as much against this person because they're three betting wider, but we have 7-6s, 4s, 5s, 8s, and they're going to be more like high card heavy, have like ace queen, king queen, and stuff a lot. So I think we get some leads. And yeah, we had backdoor flush draw, two overs. On like a turn like an 8, where it's now really hard for us to have bluffs because all our sets get there, all our pocket pairs and our sets are straights, or like most of them. Like, even like ace 5, is now a straight. It gives us some nice bluffs. So, and we can still just hit a queen or a 10 or backdoor flush draw. So, yeah, I think it's like fine to lead, and then on the ace turn, it's pretty bad for us. Just give up and fold. Some good hands. Limp pre, check, checks back them nuts. It's unfortunate. I mean, it looks like they could have got it all. Yeah, so check back the nuts. I don't think this should just be betting the flop. Turn 5's bet, call. River big bet, call. Yeah, that's probably fine. They have, what? They have, you have the worst flush and they're overbetting. It's like kind of okay to not raise. But I think flop should definitely just be looking to bet with the nuts. Interesting hand. See if anything shows down. Call the small blind versus low jack and then lead the flop. Yeah, I think usually I would just call the king queen off. Sorry, the king queen suited pre mostly, but against this person who's opening 7-5 off under the gun. Just always 3-bet and put more money in. Just like they're opening wider than a button range. So we just way ahead. And then flop, I think. Small bet. Turn, I think, is fine. I think I'm meant to bet a lot when I have, like, I can check something like king, queen of spades that's a little weaker and doesn't play as well on rivers. But yeah, I kind of thought that this person is just can still just have like, you know, 6-5 or threes or even just like 9-8 off, or like ace-10 off and stuff. So I thought when they're so much wider than they're meant to be, or than like a tighter player would be, it's fine to just kind of like I thought it would be good to just trap a bit because the hand before with the fours I thought was fine, but they're clearly willing to put money in. Yeah, I thought they would think we just have ace king or tens a lot, and like we saw when I folded kings to them, they just had 8-5. So thought checking makes sense and just hope they bluff it off to us. And like they bet half pot with middle pair. So part of the reason you're going to bet not check is to not let them check back their medium strength hands. But if they're going to just bet their medium strength hands anyway, and then you get bluffs, there's not too much reason to bet ourselves because they're just going to put so much money in for us when we check. See what happened there. All this. Looks like they played a big pot. So raise 3-bet call. Check. Bet. Raise call. Check. Bet call. Lead all in and call. So yeah, very big pot. I think it's a little thin. For the 9-10, like, yeah, you have a great draw. Like flop, pre-flop and flop seem fine, but I think on the turn maybe you just have to check fold because you're going to be up against like aces, kings, jacks, king jack suited, ace king a lot, so you're already dead to a lot of hands, or almost dead. You're drawing to just the straight flush, and then even like hand like this, you're drawing to one out, and then on the river, I think like it's a very hard spot to bluff, so you don't get. It's not. I don't think you'll get heroed that often by ace queen if they even bet the turn with ace queen for that size, and you're just like shoving into boats a lot. So I think it's like a bit too much money going in with just a straight, and I would just check fold the turn, even though it doesn't feel fun. I think that's fine. I think I meant to just mostly check flop, but some leads is probably okay, and people fold a lot. I thought that they would just like call flop more often with king queen, and it was more likely they maybe just had something like ace queen or ace 10 that was just trying to bluff when they snap did it. So I thought maybe like checking the river, maybe they bluff sometimes, but maybe they just bet king queen for value. But I thought mostly they just had nothing and checking was the best way. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. They only have like two combos of king queen suited, and yeah, I guess I should bet the river. I'm not sure. Should have thought about it for a bit longer. Yeah, I'm not sure. Those situations are tricky. I think when I don't expect many raises on the flop from them at all. Like I think people mainly just kind of call when they have like call their entire range. Because I have they can have king jack suited but I think it might even fold to the squeeze when I go 7x over a 4x open with someone else. So they can have jacks, but they have, like ace queen suited more, maybe some ace king that doesn't get it in, some king queen suited, and I have, kings, jacks, ace king, aces. So I think most people just would never raise their situation, especially because they're in position. So they don't even need to as much, because if I check turn, they can get the money in by, they can just get the money in that way, by betting once I check. And the SPR wasn't that big, so I expect people not to have a raise. And it's, tough to play these situations where you expect no raises and then there are, because you're trying to figure out very quickly a few specific hands they might have. So it's quite easy to get wrong. I guess another option for me would just be to bet the river small and they call with king queen, and maybe they try to bluff me if they had like ace 10 and don't want to fold to a small bet. But I think it's okay. I think check is I think the issue with check is that maybe they just bluff flop and then they don't bluff again. Like they don't bluff the river once I check, so maybe it's even if they are bluffing a lot and they don't, not a lot, but even if a